And hello everyone and welcome. Crash here. This is RTA Motorsports. Let me just make sure everything is working here. Yep, looks like we are good to go. Today what we're going to be doing, we're going to be taking our time with it, is hopefully we'll get a lot of this build done today. You can see that camera's kind of struggling with with autofocus. May have to try to turn that off. But yeah, what we're going to be doing today is trying to see how far we can get with building this rig here and getting most of it done. We do have a few different things going on. You can see in the top right there, that is my 3D printer. We're actually printing hubs that are going to connect to these wheels here. And I'm going to build, I don't know if it's going to be something that's going to mount on the wall or something that's freestanding that's going to hold these wheels in place, so that way we don't always have to, find the wheels on the floor or random places. I want to have a nice, clean, mounted spot for them that they'll just be able to live, and also it looks like a showpiece whenever I'm not using them. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can fix this autofocus. This autofocus is kind of going crazy here. Let's see. Let me go to all right, so hopefully that's a little bit better. Now, yeah, hopefully it's not going to just keep pulling autofocus back and forth. That was a little crazy. So this is kind of what it looks like. I actually want to come closer. So this here is the actual hub itself that mounts into the back of the quick release of the wheels. And I kind of just chopped off the sides because the 3D printed file came with the whole circle on there, chopped off the side. So that way, this is how it's going to mount. I could just, these are strong enough, I could just take these and screw them up on the wall and it would be good to go at that point. But what I actually want to do is maybe get like a plank of wood or something nice, or even, use several different types of wood and make a freestanding piece or something that mounts on the wall. I haven't really decided yet, but we are actually printing multiples. So that is the other one that's going there. So that way I have one for each wheel and everything has a spot to live. So we do have chat going right now. So if you have any questions regarding the rig itself, definitely let me know through the process. And yeah, I already got some of it together, but I actually have to pull it apart because I forgot some washers. But first, what I want to do is actually kind of move everything in a spot that we could actually kind of work. That was one thing I didn't think of doing before the live stream. So let me start getting everything moved around and then we'll get started here. So again, if you have any questions regarding this rig at all, definitely let me know. If we have any audio issues, also let me know of that as well. I don't suspect we will. Let's see. But one thing I started noticing as I was putting this rig together, I was actually putting it together in the hallway, which was, it's really not as bad as I thought it would be at all. And that was a pleasant surprise. I thought I was going to start with the bottom platform that actually holds the 3 degrees of freedom base, but I don't think that's where we're going to start there. Let me actually move this off to the side a little bit. That's what the rig's going to look like when we're done. We got a lot of things kind of going on at the same time here. And again, if I'm sniffling, I apologize. Still a little under the weather. I'll try to see how far we can go today before I start not feeling so great. I don't think we're going to have an issue. Excuse me. Thank you. All right, so this is pretty much as far as I've gotten so far. Kind of hard to actually see. Let me see what I can do here. Move some of this stuff so that way we could kind of see what's going on the main camera. May actually just pitch that camera down just a little bit more. There we go. These are awesome. These are actually the actuator covers, which is absolutely awesome. Never had actuator covers on the other one. And one thing I actually noticed when I compared the actuators to each other, I actually went and compared the SEN6 to the, what is this one called again? This is the PRS50. When I compared them, the SEN6 actually is like about there height-wise for the entire actuator, including the top cap and the electronics. It stops there. So the SEN6 is quite a bit shorter than the PRS50, which is very hopeful on. I know there is a lot of, hey, what's up, Zan? Zan does stuff. Welcome in. Got your message about how you just actually purchased one of these. So if you know some more information than I do about these the PRS50, definitely let me know. I know these are supposed to be faster. They're the silent actuator, so they're supposed to be a lot quieter. There's supposed to be a lot more to it regarding the PRS50s versus the SEN6s. I haven't contacted Patrick yet to get the entire rundown, but these are quite a bit bigger. And then the other thing is, yeah, definitely the covers are very clean looking. 44 movements per second, that's all you know. That's more than I knew. The other thing is that, you know, you may find that are interesting just for the overall quality is the PRS50s have an entire metal design on the top cap. I don't know if you all saw my unboxing video. The SEN6, the top cap is plastic. It's not really super important. I never had an issue with the top cap at all popping off on the SEN6s, but this is pretty much as far as we got. Let me move this out of the way here. Hopefully I don't mess with my soundboard here. There we go. We got a little bit more view in there. Beautiful. Okay, so this is pretty much as far as I've gotten so far. I may have to lift that up a little bit because I actually can't see. There we go. So with this here, this is as far as I've gotten. You can see we have the angled pieces in, which are these here. The nuts just slide in through the ends, or you could actually kind of wiggle them in to the sides. But I do have some of the angled pieces in right now. One thing I did forget to put on them were washers, so we're gonna have to take them all back off, throw washers on, and get them going again. So not too bad. Let me get the hardware, and we'll get going, getting these other two cross members in. All right. Norman, what's going on? We're gonna see how far we can make it today. Okay. So the nuts, they have a pretty interesting design. Let's see if I could get them going there. I want to show you all this because it's a pretty simple design. I think it's pretty ingenious. So this is the front of the nut itself. Then on the back, it has like a metal tab. It kind of acts like a spring that when you slide it in, it actually holds pressure to push that nut against the front of the profile so that way you could thread it in. Problem is when you slide it in, you're going to want to slide it in so that way it's going in this direction. That way that tab is being pushed down. If you need to pull it back in the other direction, I found it kind of catches a little bit. And then sometimes you could actually pull that tab in the wrong direction and then pull it completely out. So no big deal, but it is a little bit more difficult when you try to pull it in the other direction. Thank you, Norman. Welcome to the world. Welcome to the wonderful world of extruded aluminum profiles. Yeah, you know, since you got yours, I've been wanting to get one as well. Let's see if we could need to get this chat just a little bit bigger. Kind of hard to see from down there. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. And then also, again, in that top corner, the top corner right up there, you can see that 3D printer kind of going. And again, we're printing some NRG compatible hubs, not for the rig, but so I could actually mount my wheels to a plaque or mount them up on the wall. I haven't really decided what I want to do yet. I think I want to do a freestanding sort of thing, but we'll see. We'll see. Zan Does Stuff says, yeah, those are pretty different than most extruded aluminum nuts. You've been trying to place an order for more accessories and stuff, but no dice yet. Okay. As far as with Prosimu or like third-party accessories, what are you trying to do? And what accessories are you trying to order? So, if they do not know, what rig exactly have you ordered, Zan? Did you order the same rig as me, the 3 Degrees of Freedom Motion rig? What rig did you place your order for? Let's see. I don't want to just break this bag completely open and make a mess, but and I successfully broke both sides. All right. All right. So I haven't tightened any of these down yet. I just kind of finger tighten them just enough. That way I can kind of see how everything is supposed to be. But then I actually realized I forgot to put washers on everything. So we're just going to go through, loosen everything up, get washers on everything, and reinstall. Oh, you want to attach some button boxes to the frame. So you're looking for more like bolts and nuts and stuff? Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. So my other question is, what wheelbase are you planning on upgrading to in the future? And Norman, what wheelbase do you have? I know you have. I think you have the SimuCube, if I remember correctly. Let's get some of these. Tell you what, with the computer going and the 3D printer going all at the same time, it's quite warm in this room. It's very warm in this room. Jeez. Okay, let's see. All right, so I almost got all 4 out. In this corner here, I'm going to get the washers on them, get them reinstalled. Now again, I don't want to tighten anything down until I know exactly where I want this piece to be. In the PDF, it looked like it was towards the middle, so I may need to back it up a little bit. Should have got my power tools. This would have been probably a lot faster of a process when I go to tighten these down. But I was surprised once I got this center section together, just following the pretty simple PDF that they made. Kind of started to make sense really fast what I needed to do. And I don't think the build's actually going to be that difficult at all. Just maybe a little tedious. May take a little bit of time, but not too bad. So on the fence between the Simucube and the Fanatec DD2. Yeah, you know, I've kind of always thought about that. I know exactly what you're talking about by that graininess in a way. And I think that's their hybrid motor design that they used to kind of keep costs down. But, you know, can't really say for certain, but I think that's their hybrid motor kind of giving us that sensation. But on the other side of it, I love their software. I love how easy their software is, and I come to really know their software over time. And that would be a huge thing for me to kind of get away from, is their software. I don't know if I'm ready to do that yet, but you know, for a review basis, of course, I would definitely be open to trying anything. But for my rig, I don't know. I haven't really thought about replacing it yet myself. But I haven't really tried any other servo motors yet, so I can't really say, you know, I know what I'm missing or not yet, you know. Very possible that I could be completely missing out, but I don't know. Hey, what's going on, 100 mile per hour? So, let me just finish putting this last bolt back in, and I'll show you. And I kind of want to get your guys' opinion on it. You guys can obviously see my office space is really not that huge. And it's a decent size, I would say. And I kind of have a his and hers desk set up here for me and my wife. So I do not want to crowd her section, even though I tend to do that often. But I don't want to go and mount anything on the walls. But let me show you real quick what we're doing. So this is actually, here's a cleaner one. That was my first print, and I'm trying to sand it down. This is actually what we're printing here, and that's a hub that's gone on the back of those wheels over there. So those wheels there, what I want to do is I want to mount them somewhere. I'm still trying to figure out exactly where we're going to mount them and how we're going to mount them, whether I'm going to mount them on the walls or if I'm going to have a freestanding sort of piece of wood that's a nice stand, maybe, you know, stain it and all that. And then I'm going to screw these into it. These are out of PLA, but really high infill. They're super strong. And so that way I could just clip my wheels in when I'm not using them, and it kind of looks like they're on display. It looks like a showpiece, but when I want to use them, just unclick the quick release, and then I could go and use it. So just want to keep the wheels off the floor, especially we got the new one over there. That one right there. That's a beautiful wheel that we're going to do a video on. No, I don't want to crowd her section, you know, even though right now it is pretty messy in her side from me. I caused that. Definitely my fault. So I don't want to, you know, there's a pretty big empty wall over there, but I don't want to mount anything on her side. So still trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that and try to make it clean. We'll see. We will see. And again, I may have to take frequent breaks. I'm still getting over the darn thing I had. So it does make me pretty tired pretty quick. But definitely got to get to work. So yeah, I did see that wireless wheel. It does look nice. It definitely does look nice. Not really sure how I feel about it though. But it would be nice, honestly, to get all my wheels wireless and not have to deal with any cables whatsoever. But right now there's not really many options for that, and the options that are out there are super expensive. Not enough to kind of force me to go that route. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to mount these directly to here. So these are, I know I'm wearing black, so it's kind of hard to see, but these are the cross members, kind of like this one here. And I'm going to mount the angled pieces right to them. And I think that'll kind of make it a little bit easier when I go to slide them into place. So what we're going to do is we're going to take 4 of the little nuts and we're just going to slide them in. I have the little metal tab on the back. I'm just going to flatten those down. We'll get them in place. I was watching the little video that they have for how to build the rig. It's like an animated video that shows you kind of each step on building the rig, and it made sense after I saw it. They were saying to put the angle pieces on these first and then slide that on and bolt it down. So I think that's what we're going to do. It at least makes one half of it a lot more simple. $200 hours of battery life. That's insane. 200? That's pretty cool, actually. Now, is that something, is that wireless controller, that I didn't look up, or this question I'm going to ask you, is that wireless controller able to be purchased afterwards, and can I just retrofit it to my other wheels? That would be cool if they did something like that. That is a lot of money, 500. And that's probably for the whole wheel. I kind of wonder if the controller itself can be purchased separately. Here we go. All right, so this is pretty much what it's going to look like. Let me try to get it on a... I didn't think this through, wearing a black shirt and dealing with black parts. It may be hard to see the parts when I'm in front of them, but this is kind of what it's going to look like there. And again, we do have the other view right over here. That way you can kind of also see what's going on the floor here. Again, if you have any questions or you're wanting to see a little bit closer what I'm doing, definitely let me know. I know Zan, he also just purchased this rig as well. One of Prosimu's newest rigs, or newest setups, I should say. So we're very excited to kind of check this out. And then so far, I do got to say, even though I'm in the very beginning of this process, this is not difficult at all. And I do like how the 3rd Degrees of Freedom platform, it actually has pockets that the actuator sits in, just like the old version, except they're smaller. And they actually lock the actuator feet in, so the actuator itself can't jump out of the pockets, which I've had happen during Dirt Rally. So that's an awesome design update, design change. And I love the new feet on the PRS50. Comes with a free rim. Well, we should all know that nothing is free. It'd be cool if they could knock that price down a little bit and actually just not include a rim, you know. Even though I'm sure the rims are cheap enough, but I mean, still, they're paying for the rim. I'm sure they're charging for the rim. I never really trust when any company says that, even though I do love their product. I do love the AccuForce, but oh, my wife to the rescue. Hold on one second. Check, check. All right, we're back. My wife to the rescue with a white shirt. And also, let me open this window here because I am sweating quite a bit. Oh, wow. It is so cool up here in Northern California right now. The weather is actually super nice. Yeah, marketing 101, right? So look at that. So now you can see kind of what's going on when I'm presenting it. So just got to get 2 more bolts here on this side here. You can kind of see the nuts through the slots there in the back, and that's where we are. You can kind of see them shimmering through. That's where we're feeding it through. Again, the nuts are a interesting design, very simple design. It's just a little nut with a metal sort of stamped on wing on the back that holds pressure and holds it up against the front of the profile. Very interesting design. I have no problems with it whatsoever, except that you could slide easily in one direction, not quite the other. You could still return it back. And I think if you get like a long pick, maybe going underneath and bending up that wing, you could probably slide it back a little bit easier in the other direction in case you have to, you know, go back for whatever reason in the other direction. So this right here is going to be the main frame of the cockpit. This is going to be the base where my seat's going to sit on and everything. I do have to get the PDF up on the screen so that way I could see what are the next steps. But we do have a few steps to do first before we actually get there, before we get too far. All right, so from here, think I'm actually... There we go. So let's get this on over here. So that's going to go just like that. Let me get a few bolts on this side here started, so that way we don't completely knock everything out of alignment. So yeah, if you guys have any comments, questions, concerns, especially those wheels that are behind me here, if you have any ideas of where I should mount them. I was actually thinking about on top of my, I have a double sliding door here where my rig is next to. I was thinking about on top of there, but then I was thinking it might be kind of annoying to always reach above closets to pull whatever wheel down I want to. And I'm tall enough to do it, but you know, I'm just tall enough to kind of do it comfortably. So, you know, I don't know if I want to do that all the time. And I was thinking maybe down here, down this wall here next to, you know, on top of some power switches for lights. But I don't know if I want to do that. That's kind of why I was also thinking maybe a freestanding sort of stand that I could kind of shove over here whenever it's not in use. Something that kind of could be a showpiece in the background. And then when I have my rig out, maybe slide it out if I want to, you know. So many options. Let's see, kind of just slid this one down. All right, so this one here, I think it actually did what I was talking about. Yep, that's exactly what it did. So the tip of this one here, or the wing on this one here, kind of bent backwards. So I'm just going to bend this back over again. Super thin. I'm going to feed it back through. This profile, it has like super deep pockets. Different than a lot of other type of profile. I think this is what, 45 series profile, in case anyone wants to check it out. Somehow I turned that one as well. All right. So now I'm actually, for the first time, having some issues with these nuts like this. Just have another bent one. Let's see. Somehow I actually flipped this one around. Once you get them threaded on, though, I don't think it would be a problem at all. This is literally just to assist you getting them threaded on because it holds pressure against the front of the profile. There we go. That's perfect. There we go. We got that one threaded on. And then the other two are lining up already beautifully. And then the last one. Let me see if I actually have a box of tools here somewhere. Let me see if I have an end that is of that size. Let's see. I think these might be way too big. Huh. Check one more thing. I'm not really sure this is going to be the right size or not. I don't think so. I think this is too big. Yeah, it's just a little bit too big. That is the right size there. All right, let me just use this for now. I could have sworn I did bring up my hex set to use for this here. That would have made things a lot easier, but yes, I did not. Oh, thanks, man. Thanks, Zan. Nice, nice backstrap. I appreciate it. 100 mile per hour. Yep, exactly. All right, let's see if we can get these in. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm going to stand this up so that way I am working a little bit more ergonomically. And then we'll flip it over when we go to tighten the other side down. Now, I don't want to tighten anything yet until I know exactly where everything needs to be. But I love the powder coating on this rig. So far I've been hitting them around. I've been knocking pieces into each other, and no scuffs yet. So kind of makes it a little bit easier with the whole setup process. You don't have to worry about that. Oh, that's so much easier. Okay. Well, I have it up in this direction. I may do this other one here first, then flip it over and tighten the two sides up. Let's see. I have another. There it is. A little bit easier for you all to see. Let's get this So it's two of these little, I'm going to call them slide nuts. I know exactly what they're called with these wing, or not, it's not an actual wing nut, but it does have a little wing on it. I'm going to call them slide nuts. Two of these slide nuts per channel per side, so 8 total for this setup here. So far, so good. I feel like we're doing all right with time. And where is that? So right now I'm just lining up the nuts so that way they're spaced out to make it easier to put these angle pieces on. Kind of putting them in an approximate location that kind of lines up with these spaces here. Not getting too accurate, but just accurate enough. Actually, wow, that's really backwards. I'm under the weather, but not that much. Now again, I'm just gonna tighten these down a little bit, just enough to get them threaded. That way I can adjust everything, move everything as needed. Spring sheet nuts. Okay, that's what they're called. I'll take it. So yeah. Now, Zan, were you trying to buy more accessories from Prosimu, or were you trying to buy third-party accessories? I don't know if you answered that question yet. And where are you located in the world? Are you in the United States? I know you said you saw that shipping is now from Canada, which was pretty cool. I think that probably also attributed to how fast it came to me. Seemed to come really quick, but I don't remember back when I ordered my first Prosimu rig. I don't remember that one taking a while either. You're over in Utah. Okay, cool, man. So not too far away from me, actually. I'm over in Northern California, so not too far away at all. We have a lot of people that are in this chat sometimes, or that watch the live streams. I haven't live streamed in a while on a regular basis, so I think it probably, especially this time, this schedule, threw off a lot of people. But we have people from around the world, which is awesome. So you get a lot of different points of view and opinions. All right, so this one here, we're going to turn this direction. And I really like how these corner pieces, they have like little hooks on them that fit within the channel. Actually, I didn't get the spring sheet nuts. I didn't get those in this channel yet, lined up and ready to go. See here, let's get these to an approximate space that I kind of want them. I'll work there for now. Yeah, a little built-in workstation. This is something else. This is gorgeous. I love exposed hardware and an industrial look. You're really not going to get anything else but a serious industrial look from something like this. This is, and the hardware is beautiful too. I don't know why I'm reaching in there. Already had it ready. Tom Durbick, what's going on? We are building the new rig. One thing I actually do have to 3D print, and I'm going to be doing a 3D printing video hopefully next month. I got on the Anchor, what is that, the Kickstarter for the new Anchor 3D printer that's coming out. So that's exciting. I can't wait to get delivery of that thing. Much better, bigger, faster, and actually has a built-in camera 3D printer than that one. That's the Monoprice Select Mini V2. It's only a 5-inch print bed. But when that new printer comes in, we're going to be printing. I look to print things all the time for the rig, for maybe DIY, making some more wheels, things like that, shifters. Oof. I can't wait. I can't wait. But we'll do a video on the 3D printer once it comes in. That should be a, within the 3D printing world, I think that's a pretty highly anticipated 3D printer for all the features that it's coming with at such an awesome cost. If you guys are looking for a 3D printer, maybe do some research on that Anchor one before it actually comes out. So a specific accessory you were looking for is the DSD Race King button box. The sweet LEDs. So you're looking to kind of like mount that to your rig. Where would you want to mount it? Like in the top right? I actually got to figure out how I'm going to do this because I got 2 shifter mounts. So I'm thinking maybe one coming from the back up front for the H pattern shifter, something a little bit more natural, and then up towards the wheel, keeping the handbrake and the sequential shifter really close to the wheel. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah. Sam, what is going on? How are you doing? Thank you so much for joining in. I appreciate it. Ooh, I can hear the fireworks going out there. Hopefully my dogs aren't having a heart attack at the moment. You may actually start to hear some of these fireworks sort of come through the microphone. I do have my wireless mic on though, but still, even then you might actually hear some of them come through. Nope, actually I did already feed some in this side here, so let me take that one back out before I forget. It was just the one side I forgot. There we go. I don't want to go too far. All right, there we go. All right, that should work there. So let me at least get these threaded in, and then we'll kind of work on this side here. Get these threaded in. Nope, washers. I don't know how I'm always forgetting these darn washers. Sam, thank you so much. Where are you located in the world, Sam? Oh. Unfortunately, I got a little bit sick earlier in the week. I was kind of hoping by tomorrow to have this rig done and get some racing in on the 4th, but I don't think we're going to get this rig done in time. This may be a few day process, but we'll see how far we get tonight. I don't know why I keep reaching for more bolts when I already have them ready. Not used to having such a nice workstation right in front of me. Melbourne, Australia, wow. Wow, all righty. In between online class and work? Or online classwork. Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Well, definitely pay attention with your class. What are you going for, or? Let's see, let's get this in place here. Boom. There we go, we got it. That all lined up. See, that's the downside. Going backwards, it's a little bit tougher to go backwards. I think we're no, that's the little wings on the back of those nuts there. They're just a little bit resistant to move in the opposite direction. Patrick Epps, new wheel. So I don't necessarily have a new wheel base. Maybe one day, hopefully. I would love to review as many wheelbases as possible. I've had many, but I still have the Sim Experience AccuForce Pro V2. But this is our newest wheel. This one here. This is the one that we're going to be doing a video on, and I can't wait. Can't wait to get it together. I haven't tried it yet. It's beautiful carbon fiber. It was a part of a DIY group build that I was a part of. You can see here, it's kind of hard to see that far back, but it's got beautiful carbon fiber shifters, some clutches down here, and it does light up, and it has a built-in dashboard right there. Now, all the lights behind it light up all the buttons, and the rotary encoders here, there's some lights in the middle there. Absolutely gorgeous. Cloud computing. Jeez, that's crazy. That's the future right there, man. That's what you want to be going into, especially if you are going through school right now. Because, yeah, be on the forefront of anything is the perfect field to be in. In a few years, I should be asking you questions regarding what new sims are going to be available through cloud computing servers. I think hardware is going to become less and less of a point of contention with different, rigs and everything like that. We're pretty much just going to need the hardware just to run our rigs, but the actual software is going to come from cloud computing, to be honest with you. I don't know. I know a lot of people have had issues with Google Stadia, but I had Google Stadia since the beginning, and I just the whole idea of it and how well it actually worked for me was pretty scary, but also absolutely amazing. I've had hiccups with it, but I mean, when you consider what you're actually doing and how amazing that that technology is, kind of blew me away, to be honest with you. But lately, I jumped in not too long ago, and it worked beautifully. It was like hardly any latency that I noticed, and yet I'm playing on a server computer that's potentially thousands of miles away from me. It's insane. So again, this is the main frame of the new cockpit. And the aluminum profile here on these sides are essentially like 4x4 posts, which is absolutely crazy. I don't know how other aluminum profile rigs are, but these 4x4 posts are heavy duty and are pretty darn serious. I was actually very surprised that they used something like this, but it seems to work just fine. One thing I am kind of noticing is this piece of a different size? Because I think it is. I think I used the wrong the wrong center section here. Don't build a rig when you're under the weather. Let's see. Are some of these actually smaller? Oh, they are. Those are. Now I'm not sure if I'm using the right ones. It's got to be this size here. It's got to be. Because I have 3 of these, I only have 2 of those. So these got to be the shifter mounts. Okay. Easy enough fix. Let's just unscrew this. I'm going to leave those. What are those called again? Springs? Sheet nuts. Leave them in there. I may need them in that position later on. But I think these are for my shifters. That's an embarrassing moment, huh? One thing I kind of noticed, if you have not seen my most recent video on the unboxing of this rig, definitely, if you get a chance, take a look for me, because one thing I noticed was that it actually says it's still processing HD and 4K. And I noticed that the video is not really being, when I looked under my analytics, it's not really being at all shown by YouTube, beyond just the awesome people that, you guys are subscribed and helping out my channel and whatnot and have checked out the video. I very much appreciate that, but sometimes, YouTube will actually go and promote the video elsewhere, and there's certain analytics that you can look at that kind of tell you that, YouTube is actually kind of pushing the video. I think they have not, because it still says it's processing HD and 4K version, and when I pull it up on my phone or on my TV, it doesn't play in 4K. It's playing at 1080p, and I could choose 1080p, but for some reason it still says it's processing HD and 4K. And I think that's why YouTube's not actually pushing that video out at all. So if you have not checked out that video, my most recent one that I posted, what was it, yesterday or the day before, definitely take a look at that for me and let me know if you're, if number one, you were notified that the video actually came out or not, because I think that's kind of an issue that's going on with that video. I may need to pull it and repost it, unfortunately. And number two, let me know if you could actually see the 4K version of it, because I don't think anyone can, unfortunately. Yeah, I have to rebuild things all the time. That is something I go through as well. Yeah, let's actually push that down to there. So now this should fit pretty good. Yep, that's going to fit beautifully in there. Oh, let me see. Let me get a... Right now I'm just getting the nuts in place here so that way I can actually get them in. For some reason this one doesn't want to go in. Like this one's just a little bit too wide on the sheet metal. All right, so you don't get to go in there. What the heck? I'm having an issue with this one now too. I think there's a burr on the side of this aluminum. Yes, there is. Let me see if I can pop that off. It's just one little piece of, there it is. Just one little burr, and that's why I couldn't get these in there. Okay. So you can kind of see the four that I have in here. I'm going to move these in position. Oh. The nice thing about the design of these nuts here, though, is that they don't move too terribly much. You know, once you get them in the position you want, they kind of hold that position. They do want to slide down this way with the way I install them, but when I do get this in the rig, it's going to kind of resist moving, which is nice because of that wing. So there is pros and cons to this design, and I do actually appreciate it, to be honest with you, right now. You did not get notification. See? Very, very interesting. Okay. Well, I appreciate you seeing the video, Patrick. I really don't want to pull the video because it's already have gotten quite a few views, but I feel that you know, all the hard work I did to the video, I feel like it's not being at all shown by YouTube at all because it still says processing. I kind of want to wait and see if maybe, because it is a 4K 60 video, I want to see if maybe it actually finishes processing maybe after tomorrow. If not, I don't know. I'll kind of see what I'm going to do if I want to re-upload a new one and see if it says maybe processed correctly. Then maybe I'll just, you know, switch everything over. Oh. Just lost something. Looks like one of the bolts just fell out. Let me just make sure everything's a little bit more tightened. Okay. All right, let's get this back in place. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to fit. I actually have a a new seat, a new NRG seat that we're going to be using for this rig here, because I'm selling my old rig to my good friend, and I'm giving him the old NRG seat. Nothing's wrong with it, but I think he kind of needs the seat more than I do, as far as, you know, needing a seat for a rig. So I think get good use with him. I felt like it was time for a new seat, you know, new rig, new seat. Felt like it was appropriate. Definitely got my money's worth out of that old seat. You know, so far I'm really liking this building process. It's not difficult at all. Just tedious, you know, nice and relaxing actually. Hearing a lot of fireworks out there. You have the purple energy Prisma, so I actually have the blue. That's actually what I ordered. Dan, is it Zan? Is it Zan or is it Dan? Zan, right? With it, my eyes right now, I have this light facing my eyeballs, and it's just getting me just in the right angle, trying to see your screen. Zan, okay. And you have the orange energy, so we're all energy Prisma brothers here. Norman, are you still in chat? Kind of curious what Norman has. Patrick, where are you from, brother? Kansas, okay. There you go. You guys have some plans coming up for tomorrow? Or did you guys do anything fun today? Unfortunately, out by me, I think because of the risk of fires right now, with how dry everything got, they canceled a lot of our fireworks shows that were supposed to happen tomorrow. There you go. All righty. What titles are you into at the moment? Know a lot of people that I know that are in VR. A lot of people are playing Population 1 still. That title has done really well, which is good to see. I think that's like the first almost like AAA style game that we've really gotten, besides on the Oculus Quest 2 and also, you know, on the other platforms as well, along with the Resident Evil style games and everything like that. Smoking a brisket, there you go. My wife just made some awesome smoked wings today. They were absolutely phenomenal. I had I think like 4 or 5 of them, and we had some pizza with it. Oh man. Oh, okay, so you're doing PC VR with the Half-Life. There you go. You know, I haven't played too much VR lately. I need to get back into it and try the dedicated titles. So we're pretty much almost done with this one here. I just need to get it a little bit more buttoned down before we move on, get it tightened up and leveled out. I think I kind of like how it's lined up at the moment. I don't think it really much matters where this middle cross beam is. I think I kind of like where it's situated. I think I'm gonna have my seat back here on this side. You can see how this center section's a little bit, oh no, that happened again. So I'm having an issue with this 3D printer just restarting mid-print. It did it again. This is about the third time it's done it. Not really sure why that keeps doing that. So let's try it again. I thought I fixed it by lowering down the temperature. Maybe there's something wrong with the file. But it was almost there. It was almost there. I'm gonna let this move up that print head a little bit. Ooh, the whole thing is still really warm. You can see this one here failed early on. And then, where is it? I think I actually brought it back over there. Let me actually show you guys what it's supposed to look like. Right here. So this is it inside the wheel. Pop it out. And so this would be mounted to the wall or mounted to a, like a wooden plate is what I'm thinking I'm going to do. And when you push the wheel on, fits on pretty good. It's pretty darn silent. Pretty darn strong too. A strong bond. It doesn't move at all. There's no play in it. But it's pretty strong considering it's only PLA. So I was very surprised how well it turned out. I'm a little sad that this keeps failing to print. Let me open up my slicer software real quick. Let's reset something, and I'm actually going to have it print two of them at once because it's already the third or the fourth time we've tried this, and it's done this on me too often already. I got 3 of them printed. I just need one more. See. See if I could actually break that print off. Where's my knife? There it is. Let's get that print taken off of there. This one's so close too. I can't believe how close this was before it failed. If you have any idea why this would be happening, definitely let me know. And this bed adhesion is crazy with tape. Yeah, it definitely does fit really well when in place. I'm not sure if maybe it's the print bed is getting too warm. I am having some issues with the print bed, but that's kind of old news. I've kind of had issues with that print bed for a long time. But yeah, maybe it's getting too warm. But you can kind of see right here, that's kind of where it just failed. And the way that it fails again is I hear the printer turn off and then back on. That's exactly what happened. Off and back on. So another one for the garbage. Or else I would have about 5 of these at the moment. Been trying to get this darn thing printed for a little bit now. think it might be the print bed. Is definitely got hotter than I think it ever has in the past. So also going to look at the settings real quick for that and make sure that the print bed isn't causing too much of an issue with that. This should just take just a second. Let's see. Let me open up my last project. Downloads. There it is. Let me see if I could get two of them on here. Starting to think maybe it was like a file error or something. I don't know, because I printed a few of them. That's the weirdest part about the whole thing. Yeah, I should be able to fit two of these on here, which would be amazing if it would actually print it. I don't think that's going to be enough room for it and the raft. Yeah, let me pull this up here so that way you could all kind of see what's happening. All right. Now apparently we're doing 3D printer work. Don't think these will fit. But first of all, I do have to knock the scale down to, what was it? 98%, I think, is what I used. Knock the scale on this down to 98%. If you all have any suggestions, if you are a little bit more versed in 3D printing than I am, definitely let me know. Let's see here. Oh, I'm messing with the scale. Let me get this back to 98. You know, you might be right. Okay. That's actually a good point. And it's kind of in a spot where I can't really change the plug that it's plugged into. You might actually be completely right. Let's rotate this. I think if we put these side by side this way, and we'll be good to go. Situate this one here. I'll situate this one. You got just a little bit of space in between them, but it looks like I could just fit 2 on here. Beautiful. Okay. Infill density, I'm still going to leave that. Let me do 60. 60% infill. Build plate, I'm going to put at 55. And I had this at 195. I really don't think I'd need adhesion at all. Let's do none. And yeah, so let's slice that. Let me get this saved. Then we'll be back in business. So yeah, I think Xana, I think you're exactly right. I probably need to get that going in here because I do have a lot of things kind of going on, and it's probably that. Look at this, 11 hours. That's insane. Let me see if I do infill density at 50. Doesn't much matter at that point. That's going to be tomorrow morning for me, so we're going to leave it at 60. And all right, yeah, let's slice this up. All right, cool. So let's get that going again. We pull that. All right, let's see what happens here. You know, my wife just sent me a very interesting message. I think she's right. It may be overheating, maybe. That might be actually it. So I am gonna lower that platform temperature a little bit, and I am gonna keep the speed alone. That was one thing I was kind of doing with it, was I was bumping the speed up, the print speed to like 1.3. In that it's going to take all night to print anyway. I'm not going to mess with it at all. I'm just going to leave it alone. But yeah, let's get back to the build process. Thanks for being patient, everyone. See, let's get chat back up where we can see it. Boom. Up, up. There we go. Right now, everything's just getting kind of warmed up and ready to go. And also, I need to get the where do I have it? Let me just look at the next step here. So the next steps are going to be getting the uprights put in. The 2 uprights. All right, perfect. Let's do that. Let's get the 2 uprights put in. I think we'll be set at that point in a good position. All right, here we go. That's going. We're going to get going too. So this will start looking like a rig very shortly. All right, so let's... What I am going to do though is I'm going to start tightening these down real quick. I did have my Allen my head wasn't attached to me, I would lose that too right now. You know what I may do? I may run downstairs real quick and grab, just for the sake of time, because it's going to save me time in the long run. Let me grab the correct one for this real quick. I'll be right back in just a moment. Alrighty, sorry about that, guys. I am back. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to find a bit fast enough for my screwdriver attachment that I have, but I did just find the normal Allen. So we'll just get to work with that, and let's tighten these up and get these going. Get this a little bit closer to the middle. I really like that Prosimu included some really attractive looking hardware. These screws are really nice looking. All right. For some reason. There we go. Wasn't sitting flush for whatever reason. I just had to tap it down a little bit. I'm just making sure that everything is perfectly flush before I really wrench down and tighten on these here. All right, now let me do this side here. That's a new noise. Huh. Not sure why I was hearing that noise, but we're just getting a funny noise from the 3D printer. Seems to be working just fine though. All right, let me go ahead and make sure these are tight. Never want any rattling to come from the rig, especially if we have the rig fully together and some of these parts may be a little bit difficult to get to later on. That could be really annoying. That one was pretty loose. All right, there we go. So Now I'm just kind of working on the side piece here, making sure that that's all cinched down. Again, none of this is actually hard work, just a lot of little steps. I think if I had the actual bit for this Allen size, we'd be moving a lot faster. Right tool for the job always makes things a little bit faster. So, just something to keep in mind there. Let me check these. Nope, those are loose as well. All right. So we're almost done with this side. I'm going to flip it over and we'll do the same thing on the other side. We should be good. Good to go. All right, so this side is all buttoned up. Let's get to the other side. One thing I'm kind of noticing here is got like a little bit of a separation on the ends here. For whatever reason. Did I mess up again? Definitely not. The middle is tight. So these must just be too tight here. I think I see what I did. I see exactly what I did. All right, let me loosen these up a little bit. I didn't verify that this was sitting flush before I tightened down this end piece here. Now the darn thing doesn't want to move. There we go. That's how it should be, right there. All right, there we go. So now let me move this out. Kind of learning as we're going here. Gonna make sure it is sitting down and flush in place. go. Almost got this side completely cinched down, this corner I should say, and then we're going to kind of move across. Yeah, the one thing with that 3D printer that I think also may be going on is that maybe just the power supply itself. That thing may be overheating and going bad. Because it did 3 prints total, 2 were perfect, 1 I have to sand down a little bit. That was the very first one I did. It was a little bit too big. That's why I lowered the scale down to 98%. So it did 3 prints just fine, and then it started having issues. So could be the voltage, like you were saying. Could also be that just that power supply isn't doing so well anymore, unfortunately. So we almost have the base here completely built, and then we're going to gotta throw the caps on. And then start putting the uprights in. So every one of these corners has a cap, which is really nice. So that way gives it a little bit more of that clean finished look, even though I love the exposed hardware. I could leave it that way if I wanted to, but I think I'm going to make it the way that Prosimu intended. Also, it'll stay cleaner, a little bit easier, or it'll be easier to clean, I should say. Easier to dust off. Ooh, just caught my knuckle there. All right, there's that one. All right. So I do have to fix this side here. So this one I left loose, so that way I could get this side down, but this one I did tighten up, just like we did that side. I didn't check to make sure it was flush, unfortunately, and there's a gap there. You can kind of see that on this end piece. There's that gap, so we got to loosen this top corner here, press it down, then we'll tighten it back up. Make sure this bottom one is loose. Definitely is. For some reason it's not wanting to slide. Oh, that one was still pretty tight. Is this a shorter piece? Let me make sure this is not the wrong piece in here. Oh, it is. All right. Oh, the piece that I need's out in the hall. All right. Make certain to protect your hands and knuckles at all times. I know, right? This is definitely way too long. Let me see what is... I feel like I'm missing a piece of profile right now. One, two, three, four. I wonder if I'm using... The thing is, these pieces aren't really labeled at all. Now I'm second guessing myself if I'm using the right pieces at all. Okay, so this piece here is too short. Maybe I'm gonna have to look at that PDF again, because I don't have another one of these. Let me see, is that too wide? They're only about a half inch different than one another. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. I think these are supposed to be the uprights. I got 4 of them. Maybe these shorter ones are the cross. Let me see. Starting to think maybe these shorter ones are supposed to be the correct cross beams. I don't know. And maybe these longer ones are the shifter mount. Let me go through the PDF again. Let's see, where is it? Guys, be careful when building rigs and not feeling well. It is supposed to be these little ones. Now, on the instructions, there's no measurements on what pieces to use. So, that looks a little bit too wide. I think I'm gonna have to take those other 2 cross beams out of there and put these. I mean, I just so happen to have 3 of these, so it has to be these. I'm just a little bit deflated at the moment. It's not the best. You know, you have to do the work all over again. But at least it's not for all 3, it's just for 2 of them. All right, let's just get it done. So this is normally what takes me the longest when building rigs. Is this happened to me on the last Prosimu rig too. It's really just going back over my own steps again. Let's see. Hear my phone going crazy. Hey, Jesse. What is up? What's going on, Jesse? How you doing, brother? Hopefully you guys had a great day today. Seems like you have. Hopefully you can't type for a very good reason. All right, so it turns out this was the wrong size, this the right size. You can see just how slight of a difference there is between the correct one and the wrong one. This is the second time we're kind of going through this. Probably should have separated the parts that I needed for the cross beams first to ensure that I had enough, because that would have told me which ones were the correct ones, because there was only 3 of them. But you live and learn, right? Oh no, sober. Just tired. Had a lot of cooking to do today. Well, hopefully you guys had fun. Let's see. Let's get some more of these out. So Jesse, what type of profile rig do you have again? I keep forgetting the name of your rig. Especially now, my my brain is a little bit turned off at the moment too. Oh, gotcha. Well, it's probably because you guys did so much that your brain was able to turn off today. That's probably why you're feeling it today. Track Racer TR80. So on your side posts here, the very sides of your main rig, are they 4x4 or is it a normal like rectangular aluminum profile? Because these are like 4x4 posts. They're big, like surprisingly big. But I got to look at your profile rig. $160 seemed like it was overkill. $160. Oh, is that the next model? Yeah, 2x4. Okay. So these are 4x4 on the sides. I don't know how that's going to play, if there's going to be any difference at all. I kind of doubt it. I think these aluminum profile rigs are all super sturdy. And I can't imagine one flexing over the other, to be honest with you. It's a different design altogether. So I thought that was interesting. That's one main difference in what I've seen from most other aluminum profile rigs seeing online. Oh, 160 is the next one up. Gotcha. Yeah, so this is again, the second time I'm taking these center areas out, these cross beams out, and replacing them. Luckily, I didn't take them all completely apart. This one's the correct one. Now this is correct. I just have to remove this one here. So I guess these longer pieces are the shifter mounts, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'm sure you practically have like no flex with yours. I still have to like race in it though, man. I've seen it a few times, but I've never actually gotten a chance to race in it yet. No, I sat in it, and the first thing that hit me was just how ergonomic everything felt. The last time I was in it, just sitting there, felt so comfortable. And also, it was a really nice chair that you have. Really nice seat, I should say. That was probably the biggest thing that really made me want aluminum profile rigs for, is just how comfortable yours felt, to be honest with you. Let's see, it looks like all of them sort of slipped down just a little bit. Huh, I don't know how I managed that one. Ah. This could be a little difficult. I don't want to take it back out again, but they were all a little bit lower than they should be position-wise. So again, with this style of nut, trying to go in the opposite directions, not really its easiest thing in the world to do. There we go. I think I got it in a position that I could actually thread it. Yep, there we go. I got it. Got you. That works. See if I could get the one that's above it. There we go. I think they're all in a position I could get them now. Good. I know, right? He jumped off the side of the pool. Ooh, I'm actually starting to feel it myself, but I at least want to get these cross beams in place. Yeah, it doesn't take much to get me wiped out now. So that's why this is kind of taking a long time to really get together. Every day is a little bit better. Let's see. I might be able to fit this out the top and fix this one. There's just one that's being a little bit difficult. There we go. Oh man, I would love to. We got to have him and Sadie meet. I'm sure Cassie and him are gonna get along just fine because he's gonna, you know, she's good with other dogs. It's Sadie. We need to have them meet. There we go. Okay, so that one's done. Let's get this one off, and then we should be able to really button this up, get it tightened, and then if we have enough energy, hopefully get the uprights in place and continue work from there, depending on how we feel. I definitely need some more fluids. Where is this? Whew. My wife can tell you it is hot up here. And it's all because of that 3D printer. That thing is putting out a lot of BTUs. If it was wintertime, I would be loving it right now. But luckily enough, it's actually pretty cool out this weekend. Oh, I just seen you guys pulling away when you guys came. That was so nice of you guys, by the way, to do that. That was awesome. Yeah, it was definitely too cold, but it was such a beautiful weekend, wasn't it? I mean, 4th of July weekend being the temperatures that it was. I think, what was today's high? 82 or 83 degrees. That was awesome out. We had the windows open for so long today. I didn't look to see what tomorrow's weather is supposed to be honest with you, though. Let's see. Let's get these out. Yeah. Oh, poor Mackay. All right, there we go. Let's get these in place. Everyone, if you're just joining in, welcome. We are building the new Prosimu T1000AL with the PRS50 actuators. If you have any questions, comments, anything, definitely let me know. Familia Coyle, what's going? Familia Cole. Hey, brother. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely did go to the lake. Oh, he probably thought he was going to be able to come in and see his girlfriends. But again, Jesse and Chris, if Chris is anywhere near you, thank you guys so much for doing what you did. That was super nice. And it was super tasty too. Hey, Cole, so what rig do you have? I think that was the only thing I didn't get to ask you was what's your model rig? Jesse's got a Track Racer TR80 aluminum profile rig. Cole's got an amazing motion rig too, Jesse. And Cole, sorry, my memory is kind of escaping me right now. If you could post what actuators you have. He has these actuators that are, they're amazing looking actuators for motion, but the price point on them was absolutely incredible. Like, I think it was like $2,500 for 2 actuators and the controllers or something like that. It was insane. And he has a full motion system. Like, you could probably mount those without any issue at all. Mount those actuators to your rig, Jesse. But yeah, it was a very, very nice and clean setup. He has 4 actuators around his rig. I'm just kind of wondering, what's the brand of your rig if you're still in, brother? Yep, SimLab GT1. That's a serious rig, man. I got to keep the information that you gave me on the actuators themselves, because that is definitely an. I like when setups are, you know, budget friendly as well. I mean, this hobby is not really budget friendly. It's a very expensive hobby, but those actuators that you showed me, they look like PT actuators, except they were a fraction of the price. I think PT actuators is super expensive. Not quite as expensive as D-Box, but it's like getting up there. PT actuators, I think, used to be cheaper than they are now. But isn't PT actuators getting pricey though? I mean, I might be wrong. I've been out of the actuator game for a little bit since I've kind of just been with Prosimu for the most part and just really dealing with theirs. But I know even like Prosimu, if I want to go to the PRS200, they're not super expensive considering what they are, but the PRS200 setup, it's a few grand just to get the setup started if I want to go to the 5 degrees of freedom. But the actuators you showed me, I think, are cheaper. Let's see if Cole's still in chat. If you don't mind, brother, just post the brand of those actuators you got. Use the same controller. They use the same controller as PT actuators. E-Racing Lab. Gotcha. So now we got these all loose. Let's go through and make sure these are all bottomed out. Let's tighten them up. Okay. The RS Mega Plus. Kind of sounds familiar. I think he does. Alrighty. Get this tightened up here. Ooh. What do you have, Patrick Epps? You have PT actuator, right? Kind of crazy. It's like a lot of us here in this chat right now have motion rigs. Not all of us, but a lot of us do. But very few of us have the same actuator. I think the only ones are going to be me and Zan, for the most part, that are going to have the Prosimu actuators because he just ordered his. Oh, what'd you sell them for, bud? Just needed to, or are you upgrading? Oh, okay. There you go. You're a free agent right now, huh? Nothing beats being in the market for something, you know. That's like the most exciting part of any new product is like the hunt for it, you know. What are you going to get? Now, what is does anyone know what the acceleration is and the lifting force for? So as far as building this rig, it's not really a hard rig to build, even though I really haven't gotten that far yet. Still very much under the weather, but as far as difficulty, I don't think it's difficult at all. I just kind of wish the only criticism I would give, even though it's really my fault, is I kind of wish maybe the main frame by itself was labeled as far as the aluminum pieces, maybe like cross member, cross member, cross member, and then, you know, side rail. Just because, again, these cross members, this is the second time I'm putting them in. I thought they were different pieces, but these pieces here are only about a ½ inch longer than these here. So I had one short one and then two long ones in, and I'm like, oh, maybe that one short one was incorrect. Turns out I have three of the short ones, so I ended up having to take the two long ones out, and kind of delayed us quite a bit getting much further in this rig build process. But I think if they would just label those, maybe that would take a lot of the guesswork out for the consumer in the end, because then it would be easy to discern that the other pieces are what they're supposed to be. The instruction PDF doesn't really say the length of each piece, you know, what piece should go where, and say the length maybe, so you can measure and be like, all right, this is supposed to be a cross member, and maybe label it yourself before you build. So that's the only thing I would say. Besides that, you know, it was easy for me to figure out my mistake. I could have just really put the pieces together in size order a little bit better, maybe pay attention to the fact that they were ½ inch different in size. I grouped them all together because I thought they were all the same size when I just looked at them real quick, and that's where it was my fault. And so I kind of missed that detail. And if I would have saw that there was just three of them, I know there's three cross members here, we would be a little bit further along than we are now. But besides that, the build isn't difficult. You know, the pieces are big and robust. I would say so far it's a little bit of an easier build than the steel version of the T1000. T1000, getting the little channel nuts in place because you're kind of working in a square tube is a little bit difficult. This is a lot easier, kind of just sliding the nuts in place and, you know, going that way. Yeah, the instructions were lacking on your track racer. That I do remember. How many days did it take you to build that rig? Was it just one day? I think it was just one day, right? I think you got it together pretty quick, though. But I do remember you mentioning about the instructions manual was a little frustrating. Let's see, did I tighten that one down? Yes, I did. I just have one little section to tighten down. Do I know how much the PRS50 Silent actuators, price-wise? I don't know how much they would be price-wise by themselves, to be honest with you. I would have to ask. Yeah, Patrick, I'm not really sure what the price would be for them individually. I would have to ask Prosimu, to be honest with you, because I kind of got the whole rig as a bundle with the actuators. But he also has So these are the PRS50. These are the 100 millimeter. And he also sells, I think, the PRS200 150s. I think they're 100 and 150s, and those are rated to like lift up the entire rig. So if I was going to do the 5 degrees of freedom and I want the whole rig lifted up instead of just the 3 degrees, I would have had to have gone with those. And I could go with those on all 4 corners. So it depends on what you're going to be doing. Hey, 100-mile-per-hour pixels, thank you so much. Where you're at, I guess it's past midnight now. Happy 4th to everyone who celebrates in the United States. If you're elsewhere in the world, right now it's, for us here in the West Coast, it's about to be 4th of July in 1 more hour, which is our Independence Day. Huge holiday for us here in the United States. But for everyone within the United States, happy 4th if it is the 4th for you, or soon to be the 4th. And of course, I salute everyone who's in the armed forces or who has served and who's a veteran. Greatly appreciate what you guys have done for the country. Over 3 days, okay. Yeah, it seems like that's probably where it's going to go for me here too. Depending on how I feel. That's the only thing that's kind of holding me up from like going a full day in is just my endurance right now is not too great. All right, so we got this button down finally. Let's get the caps on, if I can find where the caps are. Let's see. Are these them? No, those are not them. Let's see, I think maybe I left them out in the hall. Sounded like something just fell. Oh, it's one of the seat mounts. I was like, I heard a piece of steel. 2:09 a.m. Well, thank you so much for joining in. All right, so we got these nice caps here, and I don't think they're going to fit necessarily here, will they? Yep, those will fit there beautifully. Okay, so let's get the caps on. While it's easy to do so now. Look at that. I don't know if you could see. Let me turn this a little bit. So you can kind of see on this side here, the exposed hardware. This side now has a black plastic cap on there. So that way, it'll be much easier to maintain and dust, keep clean. There we go, that's awesome. Let's throw these on and then we'll get the uprights in. I think I should be good for the uprights. Yeah. Cole, where are you at in the United States, brother? And is anyone in chat active duty or veteran? Yeah, it is. It is very beefy, this setup here. These 4x4s are insane. You're in Puerto Rico. Hey, we were just there. Yeah, me and my wife were over. We're over there. I think, what was it? It was this past November, I want to say. It was amazing. It was our first, well, my first time there. She's been there before. But well, thank you so much for your service. Where in Puerto Rico are you located? You're over. Wow, my memory is horrible right now. Meg, if you're still in chat, where exactly did we stay? Oh, okay. I don't know how I can forget. Meg, where in Puerto Rico did we stay exactly? I don't know why my memory. Well, you know why my memory is not really working, but. I don't know how I can forget the name of where we were just at. But it was absolutely amazing going. Yep, exactly. Hey, all the rum. No, I didn't have any rum today. I wish it was rum related. But yeah, look at this. This is so clean looking. It is extremely clean looking. Let me get this chair out of the way as much as possible. You can see it doesn't really have any exposed hardware at this point. I actually really like it with the caps on. I didn't think I would because I do like the exposed hardware, especially when it's pretty looking hardware. I like to La Concha. Yes, exactly. That's where we stayed. Ooh. Can't believe I didn't remember exactly where we were staying at. So now these here, I'm going to have to look. These are little corner pieces that we're going to be installing down here, and these are going to hold the uprights, but I want to make sure we're putting them in the right row because this is a 4x4, so we could really mess this up and have to reinstall everything all over again. I don't want to have to do that. So let's look at this PDF again, make sure that we are doing this correctly. And look at that, the 3D printer is still going. That's always a good thing. Let's see. We got the main frame for the platform done. That's huge. All right, so we're going to go on the outside row. I'm guessing they're going to be the taller uprights. Can't imagine it being anything else. Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. Can't wait to go back, to be honest with you. And the funniest part of the whole thing was, I'm a very, I don't know, protective, cautious person. And I was super nervous about going, and because I didn't know what to expect. It was my first time going to Puerto Rico. And so I was super nervous about going, and I was like setting all these ground rules about how we need to, make sure that, we have fun, but always, watch where you're walking and everything like that. And when we got there, I was so comfortable, still, of course, watch my surroundings and everything like that. But all those feelings that I had completely melted away. I was super comfortable with my surroundings and everything. Hey, Cassie, come here, baby. My dog was, she was about to come in and visit, but I kind of have the door blocked a little bit, not intentionally. Let's see. Let's make sure we get the right pieces here, because we actually have 3 of them. Make sure we get the same sizes going on here. All right, so I think these are supposed to be the uprights, and it seems like that would be the appropriate height there. Now, that means let's get a few nuts in place here. I think it's only going to be, yeah, that's exactly where we were. The only thing that surprised me was how strong the riptides were over on the beaches. You know, they were basically very, very adamant on being careful about not swimming in the beach. You know, maybe go to your waist high and everything. But there was tons of pools, and every resort had tons of pools. So, you know, we stuck our feet in the water, but for the beaches. But you could just see how strong that water was in the beaches, especially the time of year we went. I know sometimes rip currents and all that are a seasonal thing. As far as, you know, certain seasons it could get quite a bit stronger. So, let's see. We want to put a Alrighty, I see what we got to do. And then what side is that angled post going to be? I got to look at some of the completed photos just to make sure I'm putting things on the right side. I assume I am, but so far I had to take that main frame apart so many times, I don't trust myself. Let's see. Okay, yeah, so I almost messed that up. Should leave this up for reference. Interesting. All right. All right, I see what's going on. We didn't do anything wrong. We don't have to redo anything, so that's good. So I sold it with my old rig, virtual assistant. Here, let me get this up here. Let me add a window capture. Let's see. All right. Gonna be kind of small, guys. So let me go back to that window. This is kind of where we're at now. So these are kind of how the instructions look. It's just pictures of what you need to do. Shows you how you have to install the nuts into the rails. So this is kind of what we have now, except that we have the caps on these corner pieces here. And what we're up to is this next step here. This is the completed one without the cap still. This is what we're up to now. So we're going to be installing this section here. These are the uprights. And then we'll be installing these here, which actually already have the hardware on them, so that's pretty nice. I just wanted to see with these angled pieces, that is right there, if they're facing the front of the rig or the back, and they're actually facing the front of the rig. So that's kind of what we're up to right now, is putting these uprights on, and then these angled pieces for support. But yeah, I did sell my old seat. The new one I got was an NRG Prisma, and I got a blue one, a really nice blue one. So can't wait to get that kind of set up. I think with all the lights that I have, it's going to be an awesome addition. It's almost like a neon blue, you know? Pretty cool. I like it. So that is the step we're up to now. And we can see those hubs are printing right now. And they're actually still printing. So actually the windows are open. And Megan, she's been helping me out quite a bit. She gave me this shirt. I was wearing a black shirt. And you couldn't really see anything I was holding because the whole rig is black. So, so she's been my production manager for this live stream. She's been helping me out quite a bit. Okay, so get this over here. And then this upright, I do have to get the nuts in here now, both sides. I think it's going to start moving a little bit quicker now. And then she just set up a fan for me too. Yeah. We're pretty close to Sacramento. Oh my God! Please don't throw water at me. I would love to swim right now, but all right. Let's get this moved up a little bit. I think that's perfect. That'll work there. And so I'm going to steal this angled piece here. Get some. Oh yeah, no, I was actually wanting to get like a Sparco or, you know, a really car specific seat, but they get so expensive. OMP seats are really nice. Looking for that helmet. You're fine, Meg. We don't need water all over the new rig right now. Is that? Okay. That's awesome. Actually worked really easily. There's that. All right, so I got that one on. And where are the... So these are pretty cool because they already have the hardware on them, which is nice. We already got that separation of hardware from the rest of the bag, so that makes it very easy. Oh yeah, definitely. Cole, I think this rig is going to be something special once it's done. I don't think I'm going to be moving from this rig anytime soon. Probably end up going with their PRS50 actuators before I would probably move to another rig. I mean, I kind of stayed with their ecosystem from the last one as well, you know. So I don't know. I'm a believer in their products. I really do like their products. So I can't really see myself moving on from like this rig here. So I'm very happy that they definitely stepped their game up and, you know, are taking on the companies that are producing aluminum rigs head on. Jesse, when did we do that? When did we do that last charity race? Couldn't have been a year ago. PC runs so hot that your office would get in 90 degrees Fahrenheit, so you had a mini split the air conditioner and installed it in that room. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been thinking about really upping the AC game in this house lately, especially for the upstairs. It's an illusion just because of how wide the profile is on the sides. It's definitely not too short. You had to buy lumbar support from Sparco. Yeah, and that's the thing with the NRG seats. They don't really have lumbar support either. I mean, they have a little cushion there, but no actual lumbar support. So that's kind of why I have like these lumbar pillows. But I don't know how this new seat's going to feel. I don't know if they up their cushion game with the Prisma line or if it's the same cushions that they always use. So I got to see, to be honest with you. Kind of hoping they did up their cushion game because the old NRG seat, although it was comfortable, definitely after a long race, my back would be killing me. Okay, so very interesting. These are a different size. That's okay. Where's my Allen set? Oh, it's up there. Really, it was that long ago we did that charity race? I didn't think it was that long ago. That's crazy. Crazy talk, Jesse. Crazy talk. All right, so we got this upright in place. I'm not going to go crazy really cinching that down because we're going to have to eventually move these to adjust them to get it to where I want it to be. That's also why I'm going to leave the caps off of these. We do have caps for them, but I'm going to leave them off because we are, once I get the seat mounted, we're going to have to move everything just to get it the way I like it. Right now it's all kind of a mystery as to where I'm going to want it to be. Let's see. Let's turn this around so my back's not to the screen. Ooh, it's getting heavy. Wow, really? So it was a month ago. That's insane. I mean, a month ago, a year ago. Never would have, maybe I thought possibly 6 months ago. Jeez. Crazy talk. Let's see. Alrighty. Actually moving along pretty good. I think once you kind of get the hang of these little spring nuts, kind of starts moving pretty quickly. Sim Maker's magnetic shift upgrades. So, for instance, my McLaren GT3, you kind of ordered the same one. What wheelbase are you using it on? You have a Fanatec wheelbase, like a DD2 or DD1? What wheelbase are you using? I completely forgot. But I actually really like mine, to be honest with you. I really do. I've used it all the time because I prefer to race in GT3, so I use it for GT3 all the time. I do have a new wheel that I'm going to be using probably much more frequently, to be honest with you. It was a custom wheel build that I was a part of. So you have a DD1, awesome. I absolutely love my McLaren GT3. I really do. And I had issues when I first had my CSW wheelbase with the pins breaking. I was a part of that initial run before they sent out the better quick release. So, you know, that was the only issue I had in the very beginning when it was first released. Besides that, I never really had an issue with it, to be honest with you. It's always been a good wheel to me. But I'm definitely interested in that. Thank you, baby. Woo! Thank you very much. I'll be sure to send you that money back in just a little bit. Just kidding. That's Dutch Brothers money right there. Dutch Brothers or Starbucks. Let's see. Yeah, I've never had an issue with my McLaren GT3. I absolutely love that wheelbase. I mean, my brain is so tired right now. But I think the grips, they're rubberized grips, so that's going to be the only thing that you may, if you don't already wear gloves, you may want to wear gloves when you're using them. DPG Elemental Pro. No, I have not. What is that? I'm gonna have to check it out. Have you seen my new wheel yet? I think you have, right? Cascade. Come here, girl. Hey. Oh, we might get a visitor. Got a lot of things in the way, though. I don't know if she's gonna be able to make it in. Come here, girl. You got it. Come here. Come here. Oh, this is one of my babies, Cassie. How you doing? You gonna help me build a rig? Huh? Yes, yeah, and she is a retired racer. We adopted her from an agency that rescues retired racers, and she's one of them. We looked her up, and she didn't really have a great racing history. She preferred to play than race. But yeah, she is an actual retired racer greyhound. She's an absolute sweetheart. We love Cassie. She's one of the babies of the house. What are you doing? Showing off now? Well, Sadie's asleep. you could bet Sadie's in bed somewhere asleep. She strongly takes after me. She's got the Rivera genes quite strong on that one. But Cole, I gotta show you the wheel in just a second. What are you doing? She's looking back like, Mom, where'd you go? we go. I think that's about even with the two sides there. And again, everything is loose, so that way I can adjust it if I need to. But yeah, it is pretty darn beefy, this setup here. One thing with Greyhounds is their peripheral vision's a little wonky. It's a little bit different than other dogs. So sometimes she feels like she could get stuck. And I think that's kind of what's happening here. I may need to help her come out of the room. Hey, you want to come out? I think she's actually just liking the fan. I think that's what it is. I think it's the fan. Silly. Well, let me show you this this new wheel I have. Yeah, this is it here. It was which way? This way here. Got a little bit. I got a new plexiglass screen coming in. It's a little bit dirty too. I gotta wipe that off. But I actually have I have a tinted plexiglass screen that's going to be coming in. Even though I really like the clear, just it got a little scuffed up a little too easily. No, maybe that's mostly dirt. I don't know. I got to wipe it off. But this one here, it features, we got some magnetic paddle shifters on the back. It's got a lot of carbon fiber on it. These are the clutches down here. It's USB, so you can use it on any wheelbase that has this quick release design on it. So I'm going to be using it on my sim experience. All these buttons here light up. The rotary encoders light up. And it does have a screen on the inside. It's like a Vocore. I want to say maybe a 4-inch display, 4.5-inch. I'm not really sure. But we already have a Vocore dash display. So I already have all the drivers installed and downloaded for it. So as soon as I plug it in, turns on and starts working. It's an absolute beautiful wheel. I can't wait to actually use it. But this is probably going to be my GT3 wheel of choice now. Even though this is an LMP1 style steering wheel, it's absolutely gorgeous. And I got the NRG carbon fiber quick release on the back to kind of match the aesthetic. And yeah, I think it came out absolutely awesome. Yeah, so yeah, I'm going to be running it through SimHub, and this is going to be my baby for a while. And then also, I'm just going to sit this back here. One of my friends, Ryan, who's actually buying my other rig, he's a avid drifter, and he knows the guy that actually owns this company here. I don't know if they're necessarily close friends or not, but he knows him. And so Holdfast is a very large company within the drifting world. They make a lot of really nice looking steering wheels. This is kind of like their old favorite of their steering wheels, their original design. They have some with the red loops here and everything. But I actually really fell in love with this steering wheel. The price of it is actually not that bad too. It is automotive grade because it's made for drifters, so a lot of drifters actually use it. I got the quick release on it, but I also like to use this during rally. I think it's actually a really nice feeling steering wheel during rally. No buttons on here to kind of get me all distracted and everything like that. And I believe the diameter is really nice too. So this is another one of my babies that I use for also even classic car like the old school Audis or anything like that. I'm racing with any of those. I love using this wheel as well. So that's another one there. So you said you were, what was that one called? The VPG Elemento Pro. Let me look that up real quick now that I'm sitting at the computer. Oh wow. Okay. This is that is serious. That's like you could really use that for anything. I mean, F1. Woo. Look at that carbon fiber. So is this something you would buy from them? I don't really see where their store would be. Oh, there we go. vpgsim.co.uk. You know, honestly, I thought it would be a lot more money for this wheel. I was thinking thousands of dollars. That's actually not bad. And it's showing that it has a... Is that real carbon fiber? Aluminum body parts knob. But the picture that they're showing here, let me actually pull this up on this window here so that way you could all see. Let me change this over real quick. There we go. Boom. Look at that wheel. That is absolutely gorgeous. And it's showing it at a price of $12.49. That is, I believe that's pounds. That's not bad at all. Really do like that design. It looks like they have a little up here in the top left of the wheel. Looks like they have a little like D-pad built in. All the buttons look like they may light up. Let's see, 300 millimeter diameter, single USB connector. They already got the thing figured out for the quick release. Comes in a carrying case, so that's pretty cool. Magnetic shifters. It looks like these are already the clutches. A nice case. All right, so let's get back to the rig. Yeah, I was definitely it was a nice find, man. Thank you. I'm gonna have to definitely keep that one in the brain. Third set of paddles too, huh? Hey, there's nothing wrong with that, brother. There is nothing wrong with that at all. The G29 is definitely an awesome wheel. Do not feel bad about that at all. Hey, compared to us, man, you're saving money. There's nothing wrong with that at all. And the thing is, I still get my butt whooped all the time by people with not even G29s, you know? The Logitech DFGT. People whoop my butt all the time that are just rocking that. And then they turn force feedback off. So this is going to be fitting in the middle here. Looks like I just got to slide maybe this one up a little bit to get them completely even. There we go. I just got to throw these last two angle pieces on here. Oh yeah, big time. It is big time, the racer that matters. You know, if I practice enough, I could definitely hold my own, but, you know, there's, and I've won some races in iRacing, but definitely a long shot away from being considered an alien or anything like that. You know what I mean? It's definitely not the equipment. But like any other hobby, you could fall down the rabbit hole as far as you want to in this one. Go. You know, I'm glad we yeah, exactly. Really, I mean, to be honest with you, I have, and you already know this, I have a Camaro ZL1, and sometimes I do track days with it. I haven't done track days in a little while now, and I've been dying to go back. And every time I think about going back, I'll buy something new for the rig. And that's my excuse for not going back. But I really do need to go back. I definitely do. But I want to get some seat time in the rig and really increase my racecraft a little bit, my situational awareness a little bit more. I definitely don't want to waste my track day with feeling like I'm scatterbrains. You know what I mean? That's the one thing I feel is the biggest takeaway with sim racing, is really just raising that racecraft and that situational awareness up, really training that, being able to see way out in front of you, being able to account for things. Cole, yeah, it is pretty sweet. Oh, don't be jealous, brother. It's not using it as much as I should be, I'll tell you that much. Still haven't even got my summer set of tires on it yet this year. Jesse has a pretty sweet car too. I don't know if any of you guys know about that. Jesse's kind of Insta famous. He's got a very successful Instagram account, and he showcases his ZL1. I mean his CTSV. The logo for his YouTube channel there. If you guys haven't checked out his YouTube channel, definitely do so. He does a lot of live streaming racing. He's just getting back into it. He has an amazing rig as well. Just as many of us, we all fell down into this hobby pretty hard, all of us. And he has an amazing rig as well. Definitely check him out if you get a chance. I do a lot of sim racing with Jesse, and hopefully one day he could teach me a thing or two at the track, because he used to be a racing instructor too over there at the track that I run at. Oh man, you know, honestly, I've the ZL1s that they make there are insane. But there's a lot of guys around here that kind of do a very similar thing themselves. The problem is with California is it depends on how much you do, you know, because we have to do something called smog, which is like inspections. So that's where it gets tricky. No, Meg. So what he means, and I think you already know, Hennessy Motorsports. They make a ZL1. What do they call it? They call it the Exorcist. The Exorcist ZL1. It's like 1100 horsepower or something like that. Insane. Insane. Trust me. So, Cole, I have a just a high performance driving instructor. No racing instruction. Jesse, come on now. Come on now. Yeah, my ZL1, 650 horsepower, right? And I have an E85 kit. I have the plugs. I have everything ready to go to put on E85, which my CTSV was on E85. And I know if I put my ZL1 on E85, I'll be way over 700 horsepower when running E85 and a tune to go along with it, right? I was going to port the blower, the whole 9 yards. Anyway, I took it to Thunder Hill, did a track day with it, and quickly realized I need to learn the car. I put down a decent time. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't a crazy time. I have videos on the channel if you guys haven't seen that track day at all. That track day, well, actually, I did a few track days, but the most recent one did really well. In my run group, I was like the middle run group. You know, you have the pro guys that have open passing available to them, and they're pretty much running like full-on purpose-built track cars. Some of them were running ZL1s as well, but I was like middle. There was like 5 run groups. I was in the middle, so which was pretty good because I was only my second track day, and you really are supposed to build up enough track days before you move up from novice to the next one up, and then into my run group. So should have been quite a few track days before I hit that middle zone, but I hit it on my second one. So that was awesome. I felt confident enough, and I didn't really cause any issues at all. I had enough situational awareness where I seen the flags come out, so I had overall a really good time. But in my run group, I was one of the faster guys in my run group. There wasn't really anyone that was passing me. I felt like I was kind of still coming around everybody, so I felt like I had enough horsepower, which was really nice. But just I really needed to learn the track and the car. I was still running some stability control on there and some traction control. I don't really ever see myself taking them off, but I felt like the car had a lot more to give, and I was still learning how to finesse the car. So I did not install any of those E85 or get the car tuned or anything yet because really just, it's a lot. It's a lot. It definitely did. So the FPV drone following me, that was a drifting thing. So that was just an open skid pad and just kind of ripping the car around and drifting. It should be maybe about a year ago, around there. One of those videos that we did a track day on, and it was a full 3-mile course. So if you ever get a chance to find that video, if not, I'll send it to you. Definitely check that out. I think I hit like around 130 miles an hour in the straight. It was awesome. It was absolutely awesome. I cannot wait to go again. Just it's expensive. You need tires. I pretty much, with a new set of tires, I could probably do 2 track days with it. Tires that I have now, one of them I saw actually has a nail in it. So if I get it plugged, it's going to be a street tire at that point. I'm not going to take that to the track. So I do need another set of tires, unfortunately. Maybe a pair for like the back or the front. And then just use up what's left of the other set. But yeah. Definitely was an amazing experience. But Jesse, well, my watch is searching the internet, but Jesse's definitely a better driver, both in the rig and I'm sure out of the rig too. So I would love to see how he rips his CTSV around Thunder Hill. That's really what I want to see. I want to because he's very consistent and smooth. So I would like to see how he gets that car around the track and give me some pointers on how I should be hitting certain lines. That's the one thing I didn't do yet, is I didn't get a driving instructor really come with me around the track and tell me what I should be hitting and how. So I've just been kind of learning by watching the other cars around me. Actually, I need to get... So yes, officially on this coast, it is now 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Let's see, let me get a... You know what? While this is out, let me tighten this down now. I have a feeling this is going to be harder to do when I have it in the rig. So we have this 4x4 piece, which is also going to serve as the crossbeam for our steering wheel. So kind of an insanely thick mount for the steering wheel. So that should hopefully help with any torsional forces. So the 3D printer, it's actually a hub mount, but I modified it to be a wall mount. So earlier in this live stream, I don't know if you saw that the 3D printer actually failed. I've been having issues with it failing. And let me show you what actually we're making here. I'll show you with this wheel here. So this would be kind of what we're printing up. Come on, come on, there we go. This is what we're printing here. So this is just a hub for the back of the quick release, and I modified it so that way it's just 2 screw holes. That way I can mount it on the wall, or I'm thinking maybe getting a like a plank or something like that, something freestanding, and mounting the wheels there. So that way I don't have the wheels just there, or sometimes they end up on the desk or on the floor. Now that I have a 4th wheel, I really want to make some nice permanent place for them to be. I'm thinking a freestanding plank that I could slide over there, and just, you know, something that I could slide out when I'm racing, maybe have next to the rig if I want to pop one wheel out, pop one in. The other spot I was thinking is above my double sliding door for my closet, but that's kind of high up there to be messing with the quick release. But this is pretty much how it fits in. Let's see, actually that's upside down. So it's going to go in like that. You can see the quick release just pops right down. And then if I release the quick release, it comes flying out. But if it's mounted to a wall or mounted to anything like that, the wheel would just come right out at that point in time. So I did a pretty high infill, so they are strong and pretty darn durable. So it's actually surprised how durable they are. The first one I printed didn't come out so pretty. I'm having to sand it down because it was actually a little bit too big. So I think I could actually save that one if I sand it down. But at this point, if these two actually print all the way through and if they don't fail, I should be good to maybe just print a few more for some friends, and then that'll be it. I'll be good for me because I only need 4 of them. Let's see. Yeah, that's an option too. I could just get some aluminum profile and make a stand. Being that the rig is going to be moving around, I don't want to attach it to the rig. But maybe I could get some black aluminum profile and it would match this, and just attach it to that. That's actually a really good idea. I was thinking of doing something out of wood and staining it, but it would be a lot easier to do an aluminum profile, to be honest with you. So yeah, that's actually a good idea. So let's see, let's get this crossbeam on there. Looks like we almost got this rig completely built up. The way it's sitting right now, the seat would go back here and the pedal plate will go up here. So let's see, got one. There we go. Okay. Wow, that's going to be pretty beefy. That is heavy too. Let's see if we can get this turned a little bit so I can see both sides. Let's see. There we go. Ooh. Cole, that is a really good idea. And it seems like Meg approves. If the boss approves, I'm good to go. You know, actually I have LED strips too that I'm not using. Colored LED strips I would Let's do it. Would you mount it on your wall, or is this going to be a freestanding thing? Because I still think I want to do something freestanding. Only because I really don't have the wall space for it. I mean, I kind of have wall space over here in a way, but it would make everything look off-centered. But I guess I have wall space there to do it. All right, so I got that side done up, and they're all still kind of loose because all that's going to be moved once I get the seat in place. And more than likely, this whole thing's going to have to go forward once I get the seat in place. I can kind of already see it's a little bit close where the seat is going to be. Which is cool, though. We actually have a seat slider now in this one. My last rig, I didn't have a seat slider. Only the pedal plate moved, so it kind of made it hard when friends came over to try to drive. I had a hard time fitting in the rig. This one here, I have a seat slider, so it's going to make really sharing the experience with friends a lot easier. All right. So this is what we got so far. So the seat's going to go back here. Pedal plate will go up here. And this is the wheel mount. Again, I don't have anything tight. We got a little bit of movement in there. Nothing is tight at all. Only finger tight at the moment. Let me see what the next step is. Getting close to quitting time. So yeah, so that's the thing, Meg, where I'm printing these so that way whatever it is would mount to it. So the shelf, it would have to be something flat that these could screw to, like that, coming out of the wall. And then the wheel will go on it so the wheel look like it's floating. Because I made these to be the size of the quick release, so that way when the wheel's mounted to it, you can't see the mount. So if it's an acrylic piece, or maybe like a thin acrylic piece like this, that these will go to, so that way it looks like it's just floating on the wall. Not necessarily a shelf that you can put things on. But what I can do is actually move your, because actually my wife, she made that painting. I know you can't really see it right now. Let me move this up here. She's actually the artist that did that painting there, that 6-piece painting. That thing is my that's my treasure there. I don't want to move that really. Maybe I'll move it up. So maybe moving it up would be the trick, and then putting the shelf kind of above where your head would be, because the wheels aren't going to be sticking off the wall that much. So anyone sitting down there, I don't think their head's going to be hitting any of the wheels. That is true, Cole. And that's kind of what I was thinking. And it probably wouldn't be hard to really get a long piece of acrylic where I could just heat it up and then bend it around like a PVC pipe. So that way I could get like an L bend out of it and have it come straight up like that. I would have to really just look into how to do the lights without having to try to make a light pipe for the back. I don't know. Well, let's look at what the next step is here. We did all this. This is all done. We just didn't put any of the caps on because this is all done. So we're already on. So this is different now though. That's the only thing, is this is their old wheel system here as far as their old steering wheel mount. Totally different now. So we're almost at the pedal deck really. But let's see what the new wheel system looks like. I think it mounts the same way. It's pretty simple. Let's see. It's actually this little picture that is cycling at the top right of the stream right now. That is the new wheel pedal plate. I know it's kind of small. Let me see if I could take a look real quick how it should mount. All right, so we got angled pieces on both sides. So I am going to make this larger here so you could all kind of see these two angled pieces on the wheel plate here. There's two angled pieces on either side, kind of coming like that. That's how it mounts to the front of this here. Actually, on this side. That would be the next step. Let me see what I did with that thing. All right, so I need two more angled pieces. I just got to find where the heck they went. I see one. So these are going to go like this on either side, and then the wheel plate will go right in the middle. So that's really not that bad at all. So I just got to get, and I like how everything's really using the same nut and bolt for the entire rig. It makes it super simple. Same nut and bolt for everything. Can't ask for anything easier than that. So it actually seems like the 3D printer is still going, which is nice. I hope it actually makes it all the way through these prints and not fails out. I'm not changing the print speed this time. That's what I did last time, and I think that was overdoing it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So I don't know what width we're going to need. Let's see. Here's the wheel plate here. This is the new design. So you can adjust in and out like this here. So quite a bit in and out. Very heavy duty plate. And it is quite a bit wider. So I'm going to have to move these nuts back a little bit. Okay. So that should work there. And I think this is going to need a normal nut and bolt. Let me see if it shows. Am I done? Not yet, brother. Not yet. We're almost there, brother. Don't think I'm going to finish this tonight, though. I am definitely getting a little bit burnt out. Oop. Almost took out my GT3 wheel. That's why I need a good place for them. Okay. Yeah, Cole, I completely agree. I think the stiffness is going to make a huge difference regarding just overall rigidity of the rig. Probably going to actually start feeling a little bit more fine force feedback that I never really felt before. I never really had an issue or noticed too much with my old T1000 at all, to be honest with you. But you know, I've always kind of felt like maybe the rig was a little bit stiffer, that I might feel a little bit more out of it. I don't know. We'll see. More rigidity is never a bad thing, so I can't wait to see how the experience changes anything. Oof. I know. I cannot wait until my wheel is running too. I don't know why this one feels like it keeps cross-threading. Same thing with that one. Let's see if I can. There we go. And let me. Beautiful. Okay. Let me see if it says on the instructions what bolts and nuts to use. I think it shows a picture right there, but I didn't really see it. I did see a little. Got to be the. Those are the M8s. Have we been using M6 this whole time? I'm assuming. Okay. Let me see if it's one of these setups. right. So, not really sure. So a lot of the bags for hardware are labeled. A lot of them are labeled very clearly. The only ones that are not labeled are the ones for the individual sections for the rig. But I'm kind of wondering if this little packet of nuts here is for this, because it also kind of matches the amount of screws needed with one extra. And then we have a set of screws here with one extra as well. So these go together. I'm thinking those are going to be it. See, come on. So these are 5 of them. Then we got 5 of these. I'm guessing these are them. Make sure they fit in. Yep. These are more than likely them. They have to be. All right, so I'm just going to use these same washers we've been using. And let's get this mounted. So even still, I don't think I have this wide enough. Nope. All right, those are definitely not it because they're not long enough. Okay. So I'm going to put these together because they're clearly designed to be together. That 5 and 5. Thought for sure those were going to be it. Might be in this other hardware bag. They just have to be a little bit longer than these. So in this hardware bag, I think we have the screws that we need. I only see 2 of them. Nope, there's a third one. And this bag wasn't labeled. I think this was the bag that was also included for the rig. I think this was the rig hardware bag, or another bag for the rig, I should say. So I'm going to just dump this bag in this here. That way I don't lose any hardware, but it's a little bit more spread out so I can see what the heck is going on. Problem that I have is we have some large pieces of some large washers that are in here, really thick washers. And I'm not really sure what these go to. Let's see, we got 1, 2, I think these are the screws that we need. They're much longer. 3, we have a 4th. Of course, we do not have a 4th, so those are probably not it either. Definitely fit the part. Let's see what other longer screws we have. All right, I think I found them. So we had another bag here. Let's see, actually lost chat. So, had another hardware bag here that had some longer screws in them, a bunch of them actually. I think we have corresponding nuts that go with them. I think these are lock nuts, then some washers, but I'm not sure these washers actually go with this or not. They look a little small. They're definitely small. Let's keep that to the side. Let me see if these lock nuts actually go with this here. We're going to need 16 washers. I'm kind of wondering if that's where the really thick washers come in. Alright, so these will definitely work with this. Let me see how much play we have. Alright, I think we could actually fit quite large washers in there. I think that's probably what we'll do. I think I have a bag of the larger washers where there's quite a few of them. Let's see. I don't want to run out of these. Other washers that I have prematurely. Let me just leave that down like that for a little bit. We grab those washers and then we'll get that together. Yeah, these are definitely beefy washers. There's a lot of money in hardware here. I think that's actually the right choice. And that's the way it's supposed to be. I'm going to just put those washers. Oh. There we go. Oh, when do I think it's going to be up and running? Don't know if I'm going to get time to work on it tomorrow. Kind of hope I do, but realistically, tomorrow being the 4th, I'm not sure. Definitely this week. I'm going to be working on it whenever I get a chance, as often as possible. But yeah, definitely this week at some point. I hope to have it up and running. Without a doubt. It's got to be this week. You racing in iracing at all? All right, cool. So that's that side. Let's get the other side buttoned up. ACC, okay. How you liking ACC? I haven't been in ACC in a long time. I keep wanting to, and then I forget. What's your favorite car to drive? Do you just race GT3 or are you in GT4 at all? I do got to tell you, man, they are different sims though. They are definitely different sims, but if you're, do you race at all online or is it mostly AI racing that you're doing? Because they do have an evolving online component to ACC. I've met a few people that only race online in ACC. Okay, yeah, the Ferrari 488 is mean. I like that one. I like the McLaren too. There we go. All right, so once we get everything in its place, we'll explore this a little bit more, the adjustability on this. All right. So yeah, we actually came a long way. I didn't think I was gonna get this much done today, to be honest with you. We do have, let's just briefly go over what we got here. So we got the entire base done. As far as like the chassis, the bottom of the rig itself, we got that completely done. Also, we have the uprights mounted with the front support pieces. The uprights, everything is associated with the uprights are just finger tightened, a little bit loose. The seat's going to go on that side of the rig. Let me move this so I could see kind of what you're seeing here. Actually, the rig's got quite a bit of weight to it already, even though it's an aluminum profile rig. So over here, that would be the seat area. This is going to be the pedal deck area. We don't really have much left to do on this rig, really, besides mount the seat and mount the pedal deck. But I'm a special kind of tired right now that I could feel like I'm going to just like pass out. I need to get something to drink in my system. But yeah, Ryan Chenoweth, I think you built your P1X over 2 days and enjoyed it like used to working on your car and motorcycle. I know we want to finish and enjoy it, but try your best to enjoy the process. No, I absolutely am enjoying this process. What I was saying a few times is, and I kind of made some mistakes, my own fault. I made a few mistakes in the beginning where I had to redo things a few times over. It's not difficult. There's nothing difficult here. It's actually really easy. I like how most of the base process, it's all the same bolt and nut design. So that was super easy as far as the entire base and uprights and everything. They all use the same bolt and nut. So that made that process super easy. But so far it hasn't been difficult at all. I mean, I have the shifters that I have to put on and figure out how I want to do them because I have 2 shifter mounts. And I have the pedal plate, which I know how to install that because that's the same pedal plate design and pedal mount design that I had on my other rig. So that's not really going to take too much to figure it out. The seat's probably going to take the most time to figure out because we have a seat slider, which I've never had a seat slider on my rigs before. And I know seat sliders aren't difficult to install by any means, but just kind of getting that all figured out. And the actual actuators and the base for the traction loss that we have to put together, but that's literally an I-beam. It's super easy. There's 4 screws, I think, through the whole bottom base, and then the base that goes on top of it is another 4 screws. It's really not difficult at all. It's a really nice and relaxing process. Just I'm working through getting sick, so been kind of sick all week, unfortunately, with with some stuff. So kind of getting through that all week. I've been wanting to build this rig, but every time I do a little bit, like, you know, empty out the room or clean the room, I would get super tired and weak, so I would have to go and rest. So it's been a process, but we're finally getting better and getting to the point where we can finally actually get this rig together. But I think just one more day, and I really started today, I think at like 8 p.m. I didn't really start that early through the day at all. So I think how long have we been doing this for so far? 4 hours. So, and I've been mostly talking and messing with the 3D printer. But yeah, so I think just maybe one more day and we'll have this completely together, and or maybe a good morning we'll have it together, and then it's probably going to take me more time to get the wires routed the way I want them to, and get everything kind of fine-tuned in its position. That's probably going to take me a few days just to kind of get everything feeling right and getting the actuators and the software going. I'm not using sim tools. I'm using Sim Racing Studio. So hopefully they have all the software kind of in line for the PRS50 actuators, hopefully. I got to talk to Prosimu and make sure I can still use that software because I have the pro license for it. I do have sim tools, but I haven't used it in so long I would have to relearn that software again. But overall, this process has been really good. I'm very impressed by this rig, how sturdy it's built, how beefy everything is. It's been really nice. A lot of fun so far. Brother, you just got to try, man. Cole, you just got to go online, man. It's a whole nother beast when you go online, and it's so much fun. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Thank you, Xan. Thank you for checking that out. Yeah, Sim Racing Studio has grown rapidly. I want to get a belt tensioner system. Really, I really do. I think that'll be the next thing that we get for the rig. But yeah, everyone, I'm gonna call it here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and joining in. I know I posted a I posted a poll question whether or not I should do a live stream or not. And at the time, there was only one vote, and it was vote for a video, not a live stream. But I was like, you know what? I haven't live streamed in so long. I really want to live stream. So I'm so glad I did, and I'm so grateful for you guys. Oh, right now, it's actually a 50-50, 6 votes, 50-50. There will be an edited video for the full review and for the whole process of this this rig and this build. I will be putting a video together. Obviously, we did not film this process here other than this live stream, so maybe I'll take some video footage from that. But everyone, thank you so much. I greatly appreciate all the support you guys give, and hopefully in this process and going through this process, I help you all out in one way or another. Everyone, have a great night. Happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, and thank you for everyone who serves in our military. Thank you for all that you do. Everyone, stay safe, stay happy, and we'll catch you all next time.